Hello. Hope you're all doing well. And if not, I at least hope that your night improves. So, tonight we're going to be using more of the Seasons of the Witch Winter Tarot, which I've quite enjoyed. I've enjoyed the messages that I received from it, and I also quite enjoy the ease with which it shuffles. It is a very well-made tarot deck. The cards are like the perfect thickness. It's really easy to shuffle. They don't stick together very much, which is a frequent problem with glossy decks. And these do have like a glossy finish, so I've always thought that like the Seasons of the Witch series is just in general overall very well printed, very well made, because all the decks are really easy to shuffle. And also, hello Veroth. Enjoy your lurks. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Also, I apologize if I am a bit sniffly today. My sinuses are not happy with like the shifts in weather. They're very not happy. I also realized I almost forgot to put on my rings today. But yeah, very much not happy with the weather, especially the colder weather tonight. And like the past couple of days, it's been getting... Sorry, making sure my camera is clean. It's been quite chilly at night. I'm currently wearing a onesie right now, a very fluffy onesie. To stay warm. It's one of my favorite onesies. It's an owl onesie, and it even has like little wings underneath the arms. It's cute. So I've been trying to stay warm. And I'm currently tonight wearing a onesie, a nice fluffy onesie. So all warm. But yeah, I apologize if I'm sniffly. My throat and sinuses have not been very happy. I've not been very happy with the cold, chilly weather. So, yeah. But yeah, I decided I wanted to stream tonight. It's been like about a week. I think it's been like 8 or 9 days at this point. So yeah, like, when was the last time I streamed? 29th, right? So it's been like nine days. I think like 8 days, essentially. 8, 9 days, somewhere around there. Yeah. And also, get out of your cable. Headphone cable. I need to remember to put in my wireless earbuds so I don't have to worry about this fucking cable that gets in the way. But yeah. I also, when I did grocery shopping earlier today, I decided to treat myself, and I got one of my favorite sodas. So, it's the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper, which is absolutely delicious. It's absolutely delicious. Alright. Anyway. Hello. Going alright. Just currently trying to stay warm. My body is not ready for cold weather, apparently, so. How are you? Let's see what message we have tonight. For collectives. Oop. Okay. I just yeeted that card behind me onto the floor somewhere. Good job, me. I'll go grab it in a minute, I suppose. Alright. Oh, one more card. There we go. Okay. Apparently it was ready today. Let me retrieve the floor card. Oops. I am apparently knocking all sorts of shit over today. Yup. I know that feeling. Ugh. Alright, we got the Initiate of Winter Pentacles, which for this deck is the Page of Pentacles. They renamed the court cards to Initiate, Apprentice, Artisan, and Master. Our second card here is Eight of Winter Cups. Oh boy. What's our sideways card here? Eight of Winter Swords. Alright. Yeah. I figured you were going to be reversed. Alrighty. So, there is a fresh start here, okay? A fresh start here on the horizon, and a need to just bring in, like, a new energy and just kind of, like, start fresh, okay? And this is something that's on the horizon here. And something that needs to be embraced. And in order to just kind of get to that energy here, okay? The Eight of Winter Cups is telling you to let go of something. To let go of something, to walk away from something, and just create some separation, some distance between something, okay? You're being asked here, in combination with the Eight of Winter Cups, the Eight of Cups, and the Eight of Swords, let go of those things that aren't serving you anymore. Let go of those things that are hindering you, that are holding you back. Let go of anything that's not serving you. In particular, let go of those self-limiting beliefs that you're holding on to. The ways in which you just kind of suppress yourself and like keep yourself down. And yeah. And the reversal energy of that Eight of Swords is all about finding freedom from those things that you're just kind of keeping yourself trapped in here by just holding on to these things, okay? It's finding freedom from those things. So, release the things that aren't serving you anymore. Clear away that energy that's just kind of holding you back. In order to just kind of welcome in that new energy, okay? Let me move these up a little bit here, so I have room for the Oracle card. Okay, hello. Feasting. Oof. I got the hiccups apparently. Okay, this is card 14. This is card 14. There we go. Let us feast upon the nourishing, and be thankful for thy feast. Nor here or there, yet everywhere it be. Keywords here are having enough, nourishment, and providing. In ancient times, there would have been a lot of worry during the winter season. Your ancestors would have had to conserve as much food as possible, fearing their families wouldn't have enough to survive. When Yule came around, your ancestors would drink and celebrate as a signal of faith in the brighter days to come. Most of the modern world doesn't need to worry about having enough food, but the fear of not having enough still exists in different ways. Ooh, you are being guided to challenge your limiting beliefs around scarcity. Yup. You can be generous with your time and resources, knowing that what you give will be returned tenfold. Allowing yourself to give despite your concerns lets the universe know you will be provided for. The more you trust in having enough, the more the universe rewards this faith with more abundance. Do not sacrifice moments to nourish your mind, body, and soul because of fear. As you confront your limiting beliefs, more pathways to wealth will be provided to you. Okay. There we go. There we go. To create space for the good to come in, you kind of need to clear away the energy of... Clear away the stagnant energy that just isn't serving you anymore, okay? This is the first step. clear away that energy, but at the same time, don't forget to open yourself up to abundance and experiencing abundance and the good that still exists around you. All of those nasty limiting beliefs and all the nastiness that you're just kind of holding on to, all the rank stagnant energy that you're just kind of holding on to, just release that, clear that away, okay? And I know this is the Yule Oracle, but the first thing that this reminded me of, particularly because of the turkey, and I mean the name feasting, like, yeah, there's usually a Christmas feast, but this just reminds me of Thanksgiving, and, you know, aside from the historical significance of Thanksgiving and everything that happened back then, and, you know, the kind of yeah. Anyway, aside from all that bullshit, modern Thanksgiving is just kind of a celebration of, again, it's a time of giving thanks. And Thanksgiving is coming up, of course, towards the end of the month here, if you live in the US. So this is also just kind of reminding me, because of that was like the first thought that came up when I saw this card and the imagery on it. Another aspect of this that I will also just kind of speak on here, as just like a closing thought here for this collective is, I think I just kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but I do want to just kind of make sure I am mentioning this. Like, another way of just kind of like celebrating the abundance, like opening yourself up to abundance, is celebrating the abundance that is still around you, celebrating the good that is still around you, while you're getting rid of the things that no longer serve you, and you're just kind of waiting for those good moments to come again, and for that like abundance to just kind of come into your life again. Besides like releasing the old stagnant energy that isn't serving you anymore, another way to kind of open yourself up to experiencing that abundance and opening yourself up to more abundance is also at the same time being thankful and showing gratitude for the things that you still have, the good that is still around you, okay? Those are both two sides of the same coin. So, don't also forget to do that, okay? Okay, so I hope that message helps for whoever needs to hear it. I know that one is certainly applicable to me. Okay, I'm gonna pause for a second here and just take a drink of my water. Okay. I'm getting sniffly again. Weather is also making my my lips dry out. I'm also kind of getting dry patches of skin. So yeah, overall my body is definitely not ready for the cold yet, and my body is just getting very confused by the fluctuations in weather. That's better though. I always try to keep some lip balm nearby. Okay. Let me just like blow my nose really quick because I'm getting very, very sniffly and eh. Let's do one more collective here. What do you got for us? Hello. Okay. Oh boy, and of course it lands sideways. Most of these are sideways. This one's only partially sideways. Which tells me that most of these are essentially just calling on like the reversals as well. Calling on both sides of the energy, rather. That's usually how I interpret sideways cards anyway. Alright, this one's mostly upright, so what are you? This is the Apprentice Winter Wands, so this is the Knight of Wands. Okay. So. This one is... It was mostly upright, so... It might be calling on that reversal a little bit here. Okay. We got... The Knight of Wands, Apprentice of Wands. This is Master of Winter Pentacles, so this is King of Pentacles. It's calling on both sides of the energy, upright and reverse. And it apparently wants to be upright, so it's mostly calling on that energy. And then this one, which was sideways and landed face up, is the Winter Devil. Going in line with that past collective there, that last collective here. With, you know, releasing what doesn't serve you anymore. Alright, what direction do you want to be? It landed sideways. Okay, we're just gonna put you upright. We're just gonna put you upright. But it's pretty much calling on both sides of that. Both sides of that energy pretty equally, I would say, considering it wanted to go sideways again. Alrighty, so... In regards to the things that you're working towards here, okay? In terms of going after and working towards the things that towards your goals here, okay? You're kind of being asked here with that Knight of Wands energy there is that aspect of just kind of needing to believe in yourself and trust in yourself and have that confidence in yourself. And kind of trusting that you have what it takes to accomplish the things that you're setting out to do, okay? And this is telling you to go after those things, okay? The Knight of Wands is all about taking action. Taking action on those passions and desires, okay? And doing so confidently, doing so boldly and bravely, trusting in yourself, trusting that you have what it takes, okay? But there might be a sense of fear there that's just kind of getting in your way, which I believe is where that reversal energy is being called on here. There's just kind of a sense of fear. And maybe even just kind of feeling less than, feeling like you don't have what it takes. And going in line with this King of Pentacles energy, I get the sense that that might be just kind of manifesting as a fear of failure. Okay. A fear of failure. A fear that things aren't going to go the way that you want is where that reversal of the King of Pentacles energy is coming in here. Okay. You just kind of fear not succeeding. you fear that it's not going to go the way that you want it to. You fear that it's just going to end in failure. And that is preventing you from moving forward with things because you just kind of feel unprepared. You feel like you don't have what it takes. Or you just, again, fear that it's just going to end in failure, okay? But remember to open yourself up to the possibility that things could also go a lot better than you expect. So don't let those anxieties get in your way, okay? You know, prepare for things in whatever way that you think is necessary. But yeah. And in order to just kind of deal with these things that are creating blockages for you here, you're also being asked here to just kind of dive into your shadow a little bit. Do a little bit of shadow work. Do a little bit of exploration with your shadow. What is it that you're truly afraid of? Okay. Do you have not only a fear of failure, but also a fear of success, perhaps? Like, I know that might sound a bit strange, but not only can this fear manifest as a fear of failure, but also as a fear of success. A fear that, you know, like, hey, what if it does work out? What happens? What do I do then? Am I really prepared for all that? All that it comes with. And again, going back to that opening collective there, again, and this might be, again, what you just kind of need to dive a little bit deeper in Dear Shadow 4 is when we have in our background, in our past, when we have those like experiences early on in our lifetimes, or really at any point in our lifetimes, with that like sense of scarcity and that like grow up in an environment where we just kind of don't have what we need. We don't have enough. And there's just a lack of resources of any kind. In our early life, or at really any point in our lives. Not only do we very frequently have problems with a scarcity mindset, but we also have problems with welcoming in abundance and accepting abundance and just experiencing abundance, because it's something that we're just really not used to. Which is why, again, I say that I know it sounds weird, but there can be a fear of failure as well as a fear of success. And they're not mutually exclusive. They can be connected and tied together. But yes, dig deeper into your shadow here. Explore that shadow. See if you can connect to any point in your lifetime where that sense of fear, or where those thought patterns, the conditioning is like truly coming from. Like, did we grow up with self-worth issues somewhere along the line, so we just kind of feel like we don't deserve any of these good things? Did we grow up having a lack of resources and kind of grow up carrying that scarcity mindset with us? Is there a fear of failure and a fear of success tied in with those things? You know, what's really making us feel these ways? That's the point of shadow work, is unraveling that thread and connecting our current day, conditioning and thought patterns and like limiting beliefs and all those parts of us that we just kind of deny or suppress or shove away. Figuring out why we started doing those things, what made us do those things in the first place. It's unraveling the thread and finding where it all connects and how it shaped who you became, essentially. So, essentially, some aspects of your shadow here may just kind of be manifesting here for you in some way and creating a blockage of some sort. A barrier, more like, I would say. That's just a barrier that's keeping us from experiencing things fully, from experiencing things authentically and keeping us from being our authentic selves, who we truly desire to be. Okay, anyway. Time for the oracle card here. Bear medicine. This is the first card of the oracle. There is no tomorrow without the healing of the past, for in stillness you shall find yourself right where you are. Keywords are hibernation, meditation, and healing. You are such a strong, sacred soul, but even the strong need time to rest. Making space for solitude and healing is not a sign of weakness, but self-preservation and self-worth. It shows a deep love and honoring of your most sacred treasure, you. That is why healers, shamans, gurus, and guides the world over make alone time such a priority. Having a meditative practice allows you to heal, mentally, spiritually, physically, and emotionally. You have pulled the Bear Medicine card because you will find guidance, understanding, and healing for your situation in moments of solitude. You'll begin to see things from a different perspective once you've had time to recharge your batteries. Your problem may even present itself in an entirely new light after some self-reflection. Which goes in line with what I said about like that shadow work card. Slowing down and doing self-reflection and reflecting on the way that those shadowy aspects of yourself are just kind of manifesting in your life right now. Surrounding these two topics particularly might be a needed step here, and to do so, that means slowing down and taking some time for yourself, prioritizing yourself, choosing yourself and your healing by making time for yourself, and giving yourself the space and time necessary to just kind of find that quiet to just kind of go within and reflect on things. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and open the queue here. Queue is now open. If anyone would like to join. I can't guarantee that it'll be open for very long. And we'll keep it open for a little bit tonight. I also do hope that I do hope that the what was it? Was it a full moon in Taurus, I believe, or something? That happened just like a couple days ago. I hope that treated everyone well, because it also happened to be a super moon. I think it was a super moon. Anyway. Is it a super moon? No. I think it's a super moon. We have one coming up soon. I don't even know. Eh. No. I don't know. So I'm just thinking of super moons today. Yeah, I hope the full moon in Taurus treated you well. I essentially felt called to just seek out creature comforts, essentially, which is why I decided to start wearing my warm onesies. And I've been making more tea recently, and I've been enjoying like cups of coffee recently as well again, just as a way of keeping myself warm and cozy and finding comfort. I've also been doing a lot of journaling lately, and I've been doing a lot of journaling lately, particularly like a lot of like shadow work journaling lately. And it has been very helpful. It has been very helpful. And hello, Adam. I've also been within that shadow work, I've essentially just kind of been doing a little bit more deeper foundational work with that by working with my inner child and reconnecting with that like sort of energy through shadow work, and trying to find new ways to express that creativity that I just kind of like started suppressing when I was pretty young. And it's even led to me just kind of connecting with tarot in a different way that I'll probably talk about here soon and like release a post about eventually. But just because it's something that I felt called to do, that I just want to do, because I also feel like it'll help a lot of people. I feel like it'll help some people. And yeah, it's not a new thing, not by any means, but I just kind of wanted to offer my own take on it and how I've started incorporating it into my own sort of practice, and how I've particularly found it to be helpful for me. Oh, queue is open, by the way, Adam. If you wish to join on your lunch break here. I hope your lunch break is going well. What did you get for lunch? You better have got something for lunch. Hell yeah. What'd you get from Panda Express? Ooh. I have not had Kung Pao chicken in like such a long time, actually. Hey, my Baba. I hope you're doing well. It's nice to see you again. Man, you just made me realize how long it's been since I've had Kung Pao chicken. Like, I've had it before from like one of the local Chinese places. And theirs was really fucking good. Oh, that sounds good now. Hell yeah! What deck did you get? If you don't mind me asking. Ah, hey. There's a reason that deck was so inspirational, okay? There is nothing wrong with going back to the originals, with going back to the basics, okay? It served people well for a very, very long time. And going back to the beginning and going back to the original and like learning, you know, like learning all the symbolism of that one and what it means and all that, everything that comes along with that deck and such. It like sets a really good foundation for sets a really good foundation for, you know, like for tarot and just diving into new decks. different decks, if you know that's a thing that you ever want to do. So, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. I actually need to get myself just a basic Rider-Waite-Smith deck. I actually don't have a copy of just like a regular Rider-Waite-Smith deck. It's something I plan to. Hell yeah. Do you know which, do you have a deck in mind for a cat meme deck? Yes. I don't have a Rider-Waite-Smith deck, yeah. I mean, all the decks that I use, of course, are based on the Rider-Waite-Smith system. Well, I don't have like a copy with like original artwork. No. The closest one I have that uses a very, very similar presentation would be the Modern Witch Tarot. It's uses like the same sort of like presentation. It has the same sort of presentation as the traditional Rider-Waite-Smith, in that the imagery uses very similar. The imagery it uses is very, very similar, but it's just more modernized. But yeah, that would probably be the closest one I have to like the just regular Rider-Waite-Smith. Well, hey, if you want some ideas or like some suggestions for cat-themed decks, I have a few. Just saying. No. If you would like a suggestion, I have 2 cat-themed tarot decks. One is the Cat Meme Tarot, which is literally a bunch of cat memes. But the unfortunate side to this deck is that it is only Major Arcana, but the artwork is beautiful, and it's literally just based on cat memes. So, this is a deck that I got from a creator on Etsy. I love this deck. I love this deck, and I love the energy it brings. But if you want something that is like, if you want a full deck, a full tarot deck with major and minor, oops. No, but that would be very funny. That would be very funny if the Modern Witch Tarot did that, yeah. But if you want a cat deck that is more, like it's a full deck, it has both major and minor arcana, I would personally recommend Cats Rule the Earth Tarot. I would personally recommend Cats Rule the Earth Tarot. This one in presentation is also a little bit closer to the traditional Rider-Waite-Smith presentation. So it'll probably be a little bit more familiar. And it's cats. It's all cats. And they're great. They're great. They're great. I love this one so much. The only thing is that, you know, it's not everyone's cup of tea because, you know, let's see if I can find it. Well, I mean, it's shown on the back of the cards. It does show cat skulls, okay? Well, you know, obviously there would be no bones in the ears, but because that's like all cartilage. But it shows kind of like a kind of like cartoony cat skull. And like that, of course, for obvious reasons, does make some people uncomfortable, and it is featured on the death card as the like art for that card. So it's not everyone's cup of tea for that reason. And I get that. Oh, there it is. So. Yeah. So. It does have that. That is one warning I would give about the deck. For anyone who, you know, is sensitive to that sort of stuff and who might be uncomfortable by that sort of thing, because it makes them think of, you know, yeah. 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 I am too. But like I said, I get when people are sensitive to that sort of thing. So yeah. Okay. But yeah, just, you know, a suggestion. If you want a good cat deck, I would personally recommend the Cats Rule the Earth Tarot. Because yeah, exactly. But yeah, I would personally recommend the Cats Rule the Earth Tarot. That one's great. That one's great. I love it. But there are so many other cat decks out there. Like, one that is on my radar that I want to get at some point probably is Cosplay Cats. There's a tarot deck that I've seen that's called Cosplay Cats. Cosplay Cats Tarot, and it's like cats as various pop culture characters. And it looks cute. It looks cute. But yeah. One other thing that I'm sure you may have noticed too about the Cats Rule the Earth Tarot, the guidebook for it was also pretty sizable. So if you're someone who is looking for like a guidebook with a bit of information in it, the Cats Rule the Earth Tarot does also have like a decent amount of information in it. So, that's also another plus to that deck as well. So, it's nice. Anyway, let's get into your reading here really quick, Adam. My bad. I hope that Darth Vader is a character in that deck. That would be awesome. Especially if they call it Darth Vader. Yeah. Especially if they call it that. Oh, you're all good. I got distracted myself for a bit there. So. Alrighty, Adam. Let's see what we got for you. So you probably gotta go back to work here soon. So let me get your fucking reading done. Okay, that card wanted to pop out, but then it got stuck. So, you know, we're gonna take that card. Okay. So, this one's sideways, that one's mostly that direction, and that one landed just straight in that direction. What's our sideways card? Sideways card is 4 of Wands. Great. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we get done with your reading in time. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, we got the 4 of Wands reversed. It decided to go reversed. We got the Apprentice of Winter Swords, which is the Knight of Swords reversed. And what's this? This is... oh, the fucking 3 of Swords. Good lord. Okay, we're gonna move that one like right there. Okay. So. There is here with this, with this 4 of Wands reversed energy, there's just kind of this... there's this sense of being unsupported here, okay? Not receiving the support that you need. And just kind of carrying this hurt and this pain around with you and carrying it a little too close to the heart, okay? There's still just kind of like that. There's still just kind of that like sort of heartbroken energy here with that 3 of Swords energy, okay? You're just kind of carrying that pain a little too close to your heart, and it's still affecting you a bit here. And with the Knight of Swords energy here, I also just kind of feel like it's something you're internalizing, okay? It's something that you're internalizing, and it's something that you're intellectualizing here, okay? You're getting really in your head about things, like too in your head about things, and just kind of letting it just kind of snowball into just in your head into this big thing. Because you're just kind of letting it stew, you're letting it marinate, and it's becoming a bigger problem than it needs to be. So much so that it just becomes this hurdle that you struggle to overcome. If that makes sense. And that's essentially what I mean by like intellectualizing it. And on top of that, going in line with that like intellectualizing it thing, also meaning that you're trying to just kind of logic your way out of it. You're trying to use logic to make sense of these things. And overanalyzing them and being hypercritical of these things. And you're trying to make sense of things, you're trying to label them, use logic to just kind of like label them and categorize them and make sense of them. When, again, emotions don't make logical sense. It's a response to something that is happening that's pointing you towards a wound that might need to be dealt with, okay? And the way to deal with this wound and these problems is to not internalize it. Even if you're not talking to someone about these things, even if you feel like you can't talk about these things with others and you feel like you can't communicate about it, and you struggle overcoming that hurdle of communicating that, putting it into words doesn't necessarily mean that you have to communicate it. Sometimes it can mean that you just kind of need to record it and put it down somewhere. And for this, the best method that you might find there is journaling. Journal about it. Journal about, like, the things that are bothering you if you can't talk about it. The important thing is to put it into words somehow. Even if that's just writing it down and making sense of it yourself, okay? Like that way. But yeah, and by making sense of it, I mean like making sense of the chaos in your head. Okay? Like I said earlier, no using logic in this, okay? But yes, just write it down. If you really feel like you can't talk about it, or if that concept creates too much anxiety because you've just like you've just kind of let it build up to just being this like massive beast in your head. If you find too much anxiety around talking about it with someone, just journal about it, write it down. Try to unravel the thread of thoughts, the tangle of thoughts in your head that way, okay? But also, remember that people can't support you. People can't support you if they don't know the struggles that you're dealing with, okay? So, if you want people to support you, you gotta communicate it first. You just first need to get over the mental hurdle of thinking that it's going to be burdensome. Okay. Oh boy. We got the unknown. Oh boy. Think on it and you will stumble, for the heart is a ghost upon the unknown. Let it bleed into the depths bearing nothing but desire. Keywords here are potential, creativity, and risk. The unknown is wide open to you now, and pulling this card is a sign that your creative power and ability to manifest your dreams is growing. Take advantage of this unusual period of support and abundance. Visualize all your deepest desires and greatest wishes. Be the master of your canvas and paint the image of your dreams. Will you dare to entertain your biggest goals? The unknown requires you to be willing to take a risk. What you want cannot be achieved from a place of comfort or in doing what you already know. With significant risk comes great rewards, and the unknown says now is the time to take a leap of faith. Do not be afraid to fail. Even failure has values and lessons that will help you grow. Be bold and be willing to go against conformity for the sake of freedom and divine alignment with your soul's purpose. Alrighty. There was a line from, I don't remember what deck it's from. I think it's from one of the Moonology decks. One of the Moonology oracles, but I forget which one. There's a line that came to mind when I read, like, when I read the part here, what you want cannot be achieved from a place of comfort or in doing what you already know. There was a line that I believe is from one of the Moonology oracle decks that's, something along the lines of, like, it's about, like, switching things up and trying something different. And one of the parts of that, like, line is, doing what you've always done will get you what you've always got. And the point of that, again, is, you know, you have to try something new, you have to take a new approach to something, because that same mindset won't get you anywhere new. You have to just kind of try to combat that past mindset and combat that past mindset with like something more uplifting rather than tearing yourself down. You have to combat it with something uplifting instead, in order to just kind of like do your best to take on that new mindset, okay? That's how you begin to start shifting that mindset, is by combating the confronting and combating the old mindset with something more uplifting, rather than letting anxiety get the better of you and letting it tell you that, you know, something is going to go wrong or something is going to go poorly. You would combat that by saying you don't know that yet because it hasn't happened. We won't know until we try. Things along those, things along that sort of line, okay? The more you tell yourself those harsh, critical things and let those fears and anxieties control the narrative, the deeper you'll dig that rut, that pathway into your mind, okay? So, yeah. And like breaking out of those like mindsets, breaking out of those like not so great thought patterns and stuff, it's hard. That's why you gotta remember and remind yourself that it takes practice. That change isn't going to happen overnight. That's the point of combating those like negative thought patterns, those moments of fear and anxiety and such, with something that's a little bit more uplifting. And again, that doesn't mean toxic positivity. So, rather than being harsh with yourself, of being overly critical with yourself, try, in those moments, combating it with something more compassionate. Okay? Instead of calling yourself a failure, remind yourself that no, you're not. And try to find things that you have succeeded at before, okay? Remind yourself of the things that you have succeeded at before. Remind yourself that you're working on it and it's not going to be perfect. That doesn't mean you're a failure. Making a mistake doesn't mean you're a failure. The command to join the queue is listed in that message there, by the way. You gotta type the command listed there to actually join the queue. But yeah. Yeah, no worries. I know that I know it can be a little confusing. Because, you know, most other people do just use the join command, but, I chose to use mine as a bit of a disclaimer instead. But yeah, so I hope that message helps. Hi, Bree. I hope you're doing well. Nice. Okay. I know there is a lot in that message there, Adam. But yeah. Adam, before you leave to go back to work from your lunch break, would you remind me to close queue? Or to issue a last call for queue, rather? Okay. So in other words, we finished your reading just in time. Okay. It's your turn, Austin. If you're ready. Is it okay if I just call you Austin, by the way? I probably should have asked that first. Okay. Okay, Austin, let's see what we have for you tonight. Those were stuck together. No, we'll take it. Alrighty. Interesting. We have the Winter Wheel. The which is the Wheel of Fortune, by the way. This deck is centered around winter, which is why like winter is included on like all the cards. But yeah, the winter wheel here is the Wheel of Fortune, by the way. The devil here and the Master of Winter Cups reversed, which the Master is the King of Cups in this deck. So we have the Wheel of Fortune, the Devil, and the King of Cups reversed. So there's okay. So, with the devil here, there's definitely a need here to kind of confront and release some just kind of like limiting beliefs that you're holding on to, and just like confront some just kind of like a shadowy aspect of yourself here, okay? Which means confronting those like limiting beliefs and such, confronting some of the patterns that you inherited, and releasing, thank you, Adam. Releasing that like negativity, and freeing yourself from those like limits, okay? Releasing yourself from those limiting beliefs and those limiting behaviors, and just all of the not so great shit that's just kind of like bogging you down here, okay? I do get the sense that there was something here that perhaps just kind of didn't really go your way in the past, with something, that just kind of may have weighed really heavily on you emotionally here. And know that even if things aren't going your favor right now, okay, that doesn't mean that there aren't better things around the corner for you here, okay? That doesn't mean that things can't change, that things can't go better for you in the future, okay? Which is where I just kind of like get like, I think that's where like that limiting belief aspect here and like that shadowy aspect is just kind of coming in here from the devil. And there's definitely just kind of a need to be like, in order to just kind of like confront these yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that things worked out better for you here. That things worked out okay for you here. And like, I understand, you know, I understand how that would be like pretty emotionally devastating and shit. And of course, you know, of course, you know, there's all that like worry and like anxiety and fear and shit that comes along with like that sudden just, you know, like insecurity. Like that insecurity, that instability that comes from like no longer having a job. So like I get that. And as I was about to say here with the King of Cups energy here, one thing that you're just kind of being asked to do here and asked to explore here, in order to just kind of confront these like confront this like negativity that you're still holding within you, is to just kind of be like emotionally, like to be honest with yourself emotionally and to like open yourself up emotionally and explore those feelings so you can just kind of begin releasing their hold on you. Okay? Like, of course, you know, like a situation like that would just take its toll on you mentally and would just be like both mentally and emotionally like devastating, okay? But you know, it looks like you're getting back on track with things, which is good. But yeah, to just kind of begin, you know, like to begin pushing out, like pushing away and like clearing out that like older, like stagnant energy here, okay? Just kind of like open yourself up emotionally and oh god. Okay, so that's why I was getting the feeling that it also dealt with a relationship. So yeah, just a bunch of bullshit all at once. Okay. Okay. But yeah. Yeah. Especially on that side of things then. You know, to begin opening ourselves up to things again. To begin opening up to things again, it's important to just kind of like deal with the things that are causing us to emotionally close ourselves off. Okay? Because there is also that fear of emotional vulnerability here with that King of Cups reversed, okay? And that's where that aspect of like needing to open yourself up emotionally is just kind of coming from, okay? It's, you're being asked to just kind of open yourself up emotionally, explore those emotions within yourself, and just kind of begin unraveling things, unpacking things, and releasing the things that are no longer serving you, so that you can just move forward rather, in a more healthy way, okay? So, know that there are better things ahead for you, and things are starting to look up for you, okay? It sounds like, but yeah, to just kind of help along that process, just kind of let go of the things that aren't really serving you anymore here, okay? And explore the emotions and the hurt that you're still holding on to regarding the entire situation, okay? But yeah, I'm glad you're doing better, and I am sorry that, like, both of those things hit you so close together. I'm sure that shit was hell to deal with for a bit there. I'm glad that things are looking up for you here. So. There we go. Candle magic. Quick question. Do you use incense at all? There was just a thought that came to mind here as soon as I drew this card. Do you use incense at all? Or candles at all? But particularly incense, yeah. Okay, good. Good. So, I'm going to read this card, but there was another thought that just entered my mind the moment I saw this card. And I will get to that after I read it here, okay? But it involves incense and using incense, okay? Okay, we have candle magic here. Finger the spine and caress thy lips. Light the spell spilling from your grip. The keywords here are intention, prayer, and hope. Perhaps more than any time of year, the holidays are perfect for lighting the night with candles. They are the carriers of your intentions, invocations, and hopes for brighter days. It is common to light a candle for prayers and to represent the divine's presence in both religious and magical or pagan practices. The simple act of lighting candles reminds you that light can always be found even in the darkest of places. And that light represents a hope that all will be well. Candle magic is burning in your spread to inform you that your prayers have been received. If you're seeking a positive sign for your situation, know that this is it. Nice. You must have hope that things will work out in your favor, which definitely goes in line with what I said about that Wheel of Fortune. Additionally, the cosmic forces that be are lighting a pathway for you to receive even more blessings in your life. Your spiritual support team is always with you and will show you the way when you cannot see it clearly. Receiving candle magic is a sign that you are headed for peaceful times. Okay. And then there's a magic tip here that I will read here for you really quick. Just in case, you know, you're into that sort of thing and maybe you want to try something like this. Carve an intention into the spine of a taper candle using a sharp object such as a needle or pen. You can try single words like wealth or protection to make it easier to fit on the side of the candle. Place your candle in a taper candle holder, and as you light it, say your intentions out loud 3 times. Burn the candle down completely throughout the day. You can repeat the same intention after 28 days until your intention comes to pass. So that's a pretty basic like rundown of like how to do candle magic, if that's your sort of thing. But the first thing that did come to mind with this was incense. I will say, do you have any myrrh? Any myrrh incense? Okay, so if you are interested in getting any, if you want to like just kind of like, as this card is all about like this card is all about like intentions and just kind of like lighting candles and speaking your intentions, and the flame is what carries your intentions. Okay, the flame represents like carrying your intentions out into the world, and like carrying it up to, you know, up to spirit, essentially. The same is true of incense, okay? The same is true of incense. If you want a specific incense that represents, like, I use it for shadow work, particularly, or just when I'm, like, releasing something, letting go of something, releasing things that no longer serve me. Myrrh represents death. It is, it's good for releasing things. It's good for letting go of things, okay? Welcoming in transformation. Okay. So, if you want myrrh, and you want to just kind of like send out that intention of just kind of releasing what no longer serves you anymore, as you like work through these things, myrrh would be a good incense for that, okay? Sage and lavender would both be good for clearing, like clearing away like old energy, old stagnant energy. I mean, myrrh would also be pretty good with that as well. But like if your intention is to just like clear things out, sage and lavender would both be pretty good for that. And rose would be really good for an intention of self-love or just love in general, okay? So yeah. Incense functions a lot like candles, in the sense of like carrying out intentions. So yeah. But yeah, if you don't want to go out and get, you know, like myrrh or myrrh incense, then yeah, the sage would be good for like clearing as well, if you don't want to go get myrrh. So sage incense would work really well for that as well. So, yeah. I typically don't take questions, but yeah. Yeah, obsidian is also good for shadow work. Yes. Hence my name. It's also very, very good for being honest with yourself. So yes, that would also be a great energy to work with. Uh-huh. Yes. Alright, and before I forget here, I need to go close my queue. Oh, you're all good. It's okay. No worries. Alright. But yeah, I hope that message helped. And yeah, thanks for stopping by. But yeah, anyway, to finish that earlier thought, responding to you, I typically don't take questions, but it may or may not be answered. I just can't guarantee that it will. Okay. Also, I forgot to move to the next person in queue. It would help if I did that. Thank you. Do I do coffee readings on stream? I typically don't, but if you... the coffee readings are typically there for, like, people who just want, like, a private reading, because not everyone, you know, likes all their business aired publicly. That's there for an option for people who don't want that, but, like, if you want to pay for a reading and have me do it on stream here, that's completely fine, yeah. Also, I'm not sure how to pronounce your username, by the way. to the person whose turn it is right now for the reading. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, so how is it pronounced, or what would you like me to call you? Zesho? Okay. Zesh. Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was pronouncing that correctly. Hello, Varos. Alrighty, so let's see what we have for you tonight here, Zesh. Hello there, card. Yep. I don't like that they're mostly landing out sideways. Okay, we had one that landed upright. Or landed in a clear direction. These are just like, we're gonna land sideways, because we probably want both sides of the energy to be called on here. And we don't want to choose. Alrighty. Thank you for the donation there. Brisk. Okay, great. We will get to yours here in just a moment. We will get to yours here just in a moment, alright? And thank you again. Oh boy. Alright, we have, yeah, 5 of Winter Cups. It's interesting that I turned over this card right as you were saying that earlier, by the way. 5 of Cups. You don't say. Alrighty. And that one did land sideways. So both sides of those energies are being called on here, but it ultimately wants to go reversed. This one, Ace of Pentacles, also reversed. Okay, but wants to go upright. Okay. 5 of Cups reversed, Ace of Pentacles, and Artisan of Winter Cups. Artisan being, for this deck, the Knights. No. That's the Apprentice. It is the Queen. Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups. Okay. So, we're gonna put this one over here. And we're gonna put that one there. So with the 5 of Cups here, there's a lot of grief here that you're still carrying here, alright? There's a lot of grief that you're carrying with you that's just kind of like getting in your way a little bit here. It's weighing heavily on you, is what I mean. It's weighing heavily on you and getting in your way that way. Just kind of preventing you from, you know, preventing you from seeing things clearly, preventing you from experiencing things, experiencing good in things here, all right? The grief is like weighing really heavily on you and just kind of weighing you down. And essentially, you're being asked to just kind of, with that Queen of Cups energy, you're being asked to just kind of like open up about this a little bit here, okay? Open up about this, okay? I don't know if you have anyone to talk to about this, but even if you don't have anyone to talk to, you can try to unravel that tangle of emotions and thoughts by journaling about it, okay? And hopefully that will just kind of like help bring things back into focus and back into perspective for you. But yeah, so given your earlier messages, I'm assuming that there is someone who passed who was very important to you in some way. And I'm assuming that's where this grief is coming from. But no matter where this grief is coming from, okay. As I was about to say, okay. But either way, no matter where this grief is coming from, no. So, one, know that like those feelings are valid, okay? One, know that those feelings are valid, so don't be like hard on yourself for just kind of like experiencing grief around something. Grief can come from like many sources, okay? Grief is just commonly brought up like, and is a word that's used commonly when, you know, something someone was lost. But it's not just that sort of loss that can cause grief. It can be the loss of anything, and it can just be caused by anything. Like grief is in all too common emotion and an all too common response to things. And there's nothing wrong with that. So like, remember, like I said, no matter what, remember that those feelings are valid. Remember that like there's nothing wrong with feeling the way that you do, and know that, like, the way that I like to see emotions and those emotional responses in terms of shadow work. Okay? Those emotional responses are usually trying to get you to pay attention to something. They're usually trying to tell you something, carrying a message with them. They're there for a reason. They're trying to tell you something about what's going on, okay? All too often when these emotions pop up, we try to shove them away. We try to shove them away, or we just kind of try to just like label them and make sense of them and just intellectualize them, when logic and emotion just kind of trying to use logic to categorize emotions and make sense of them just kind of doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really work. Because emotions usually aren't logical. Which is why it's important to, like I said, in the context of like shadow work, it's important to examine what's behind those emotions. What's actually causing that response? Is it due to a past experience? Whether that be, you know, early childhood, early life, or even just a recent experience. It's important to explore why those things are making us uncomfortable, because the way that I view things and the way that I like to view those things, and the way that I like to essentially see those like emotional responses, is that it's usually just our shadow trying to tell us something and get our attention. Trying to bring it to our attention. Yeah, that's that's also, unfortunately, like, yeah. That's unfortunately all too common too. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, just, just know that essentially here, with the Ace of Pentacles, with the Ace of Pentacles, there are like better things. There are better things on the horizon here, okay? There is more good to come, even if things might not seem that way now, or even if things don't make sense now. There are better things. There are better things in the future here. Um, but yeah, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and draw the Oracle card to see what it wants to add here. And if it wants to clarify. It wants to clarify something here. But yeah. There we are. Okay. We got snow. Card 33. I like the art on that card. I don't think I've seen this one before. There is beauty in the divine that settles on thy flesh, a magical enchantment bestowed in purity. Keywords here are softness, patience, and allowing. How beautiful is a white winter Christmas. It's as if the heavens cover the world in a blanket of purity and blessings. The air seems fresher, everything looks brighter and cleaner. When snow falls, it feels like little drops of wisdom are falling from the cosmos. Each flurry offers a chance to connect with the divine for wisdom and guidance. Water has long been associated with access to the spiritual realms, and snow's healing properties are similar. Because snow is just water. But water can be overwhelming, chaotic. Can be an overwhelming, chaotic, massive force. Snow is soft, pure, and gently whispers, allowing its healing to settle lightly upon you rather than being overwhelmed by an enormous flood. Snow is falling in your spread as a reminder to soften. Going in line with that Queen of Cups energy. There is no need to know everything at once, nor is there any reason to rush. Allow things to gently come to you over time. Operating from a place of force is when mistakes happen. Or worse, you can end up running over everything and everyone in your path, causing more obstacles, heartache, and disruptions. Snow reminds you that force breaks more than it creates. Be gentle as you move ahead, and trust that all will be revealed in due time. Okay. So, trust that even if things don't make sense right now, that things will eventually make sense when all of the puzzle pieces fall into place. Okay? Just move through the situation to the best of your abilities. Don't worry if you don't know everything that you need to know right now. Just exist with where you are right now. Exist alongside those emotions and let them guide you forward. So I hope that message helps. And I'm sorry things are difficult right now. But know that there are better things, better things ahead, and new beginnings and new opportunities ahead of you, okay? Don't worry about what doesn't make sense right now. Okay? Just keep working through things as they present themselves to you. Keep working through the emotions and seeing where those emotions lead as you navigate the situation in front of you, okay? I hope that helps. Okay. Bree, are you there still? Are you okay with, AP Brisk moving in front of you? I don't know if you're, like, busy or need to get to something. Like, soon? Okay. Thank you, AP Brisk. I just wanted to make sure that we can get to your reading as soon as possible, but, thank you for being willing to wait. Ooh. Ooh. I'm sorry, Bree. I'm assuming there are storms? Oof. Well, I hope everything goes okay. I hope the storms don't decide to knock out your power. Also, I forgot to fucking like respond to that earlier, but thank you for the 3 stream streak, by the way, Brie. I saw you share that earlier and then I forgot to respond to it because I was distracted. Yeah. That's oh, thank you. Thank you for that. As I was about to say before before that message made me laugh, yeah, that's a good way of looking at things, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take a sip of my Dr. Pepper here. I treated myself when I got groceries earlier and I got some strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper, which is one of my favorite sodas. The strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper is so good. It's so good. Ugh. I love Dr. Pepper, and right, I know that's like one of the first thing that always comes to mind for me too, Brie. That commercial is just that commercial is just a fever dream, and I love that it's just remained such a constant brainworm for people that it like had a resurgence, you know, however long ago it was, and then it like recently also came back in to like another resurgence where people talked about it, and like that commercial is a fever dream, but I adore it. Early 2000s and like 90s era commercials were truly something else. Ugh. Okay, anyway. Let's see what we got for you. What do we got for you tonight, Brie? Oh, okay. Goodness. That one's like mostly sideways. That one was reversed. And this one upright. Alrighty. We got... right, I need to flip over the last card, you derp. It's sideways. Consequences. This is justice. This is the justice in this deck. Winter consequences. It's called consequences because the way that the creator of this deck and this series is doing things is they're adding an additional layer to like they're adding an additional layer to their interpretation. Exactly. They're adding another layer to the interpretation of like their personal interpretation of things in these decks by contextualizing them in the, well, context of a season. And for Winter Justice, the context of justice would be consequences. It's all about like it's all about like how the, you know, like the results of the actions that we've taken, the results of like the various paths we've taken, and that sort of thing. But yeah, I do like that they're just kind of like trying to add, they're overlaying another layer of meaning on top of like the existing system for tarot. Combining those two systems together. And I like that. But yeah, I do like their approach. I like their approach. Okay. But yeah, this card makes sense. This card makes sense when you look at justice from the lens of accountability. Just kind of like, just to kind of clarify what their whole intention was with calling justice consequences instead of, you know, justice. It's about accountability. Accountability and responsibility. Was their, like, personal take on it. So. Well, I put it upright. I'm gonna leave it upright, but this one did go sideways, so both of these are being called on a little bit here, okay? We have seven of Pentacles reversed. The Apprentice of Pentacles, which is the Knight of Pentacles, and then we have consequences, or justice. So essentially, what's being highlighted for you here right now, Bree, is, with Pentacles and with this, like I said, being about, like, accountability and responsibility. Responsibility being the key word here. That's gonna go very, very in line with the Pentacles energy here, okay? And what this message is going to be about. Because the Seven of Pentacles reversed is just kind of like, you just kind of need to check in. Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to put this into fucking words. Because there's a lot of information here right now that I'm just trying to put into fucking words. Essentially, there's a need here to just kind of just take a moment, take a minute, okay, to just pause and reflect on things here, okay? You need to check in with, essentially, check in with where you're placing your energy right now, okay? Make sure that energy is being that energy is being used where it will be, like, best put to use. This is all about, like, making sure you're not wasting energy in things that aren't really going to have that payoff here, okay? And I get the sense, well, yeah. This is going in line with this Knight of Pentacles energy, okay? The Knight of Pentacles energy is all about, like I've said, like, it's that, like, slow and steady wins the race sort of energy, okay? And it's that energy of practicality. I get the sense that you're once again being really hard on yourself because you feel like you're not putting that energy, you're not focusing that energy on the things that you should be focusing on, okay? Yeah. And that's fine. You need to do whatever it takes to replenish yourself, okay? So don't be fucking hard on yourself, like when you can't meet the, like, don't be fucking hard on yourself when you can't do the things that you quote unquote should be doing, like taking care of, you know, the everyday mundane tasks of life. Because that's what this is. The Knight of Pentacles energy. As I was about to say there, focusing on that practicality aspect of things, okay? It's all about the mundane, like, everyday tasks of life and how, like, I believe we talked about this before, when, especially for like neurodivergent folks, this can be particularly overwhelming, okay? This can be particularly overwhelming for various reasons, especially when you throw on chronic health issues on top of that, okay? So, you know, yourself. Okay? Like, things are like literally stacked against you in that regard right now, okay? Like, you live life on hard mode, to put it simply, okay? You have chronic health issues that get in the way, you have neurodivergence, which makes the mundanity of life even more difficult for you, okay? So, if you can't perform the daily functions of life, and you're struggling to take care of things around you and also take care of yourself, remember that that is, unfortunately, kind of normal for you, okay? Like, it's understandable that you would struggle with those things because of your specific struggles in life. Okay? So, don't be hard on yourself. Okay? It's understandable that you would struggle with these things, and being hard on yourself, being overly critical of yourself, and just kind of like beating yourself up because you can't like, you can't meet these tasks, you can't meet these expectations of being able to do these tasks. Like, it's just gonna make things even harder for you, Okay? Like, do what you can when you can. Yeah. Don't forget to fucking show yourself that compassion, okay? Alright? Like, don't tear yourself down for this, okay? Do what you can when you can. Alright? Do what you can when you can. Do what you can when you can. Like... sometimes you might have to push yourself a little bit, okay? But don't push yourself too far. Alright? Don't push yourself too far. Like, you also need time for rest because you can't always be productive, okay? Productivity and action and time for rest are, you know, both sides of the same coin. You can't have one without the other. With one, you're gonna burn out. Okay? If you push too far into that. With the other, you know... well... we do have to do things eventually, but being hard on ourselves when we are literally not equipped well enough to deal with those things also isn't really going to help things any. Oh. Wise men. Alright. If it wasn't for the familiar songs that echo through my spine, I would have lost what is lost and never found my purpose. Keywords are intellect, power, and conviction. Wise men guide you to use your logic and intellect at this time. There are times to be driven by the heart and emotion, but there are also times when your convictions, beliefs, and what you know to be right serve as your North Star. This is one of those times. Pulling wise men is a sign that you need clarity of mind to navigate your situation. Do not allow emotions to color your judgment. Be decisive and take control of your situation. Pulling the wise man card is also a sign that you are ready to step up and be the leader for others to follow. Wise men may also come to a reading to represent a person in your life who has considerable power and authority. This person may be a lawyer, mentor, financial advisor, or teacher who has the experience needed to guide you on your path. If you do not have someone in your life who fits this description, you are being guided to find someone to call on for advice. Having a wise sage in your corner is always a good idea. Exactly. Like, yeah. Like, that was also kind of like the first thing that came to mind too, is, you know, like, yeah, needing clarity. Like, that mention of, like, clarity and such. Yes. You can't force your way through brain fog. Okay? But yeah. Like... you gotta take time out for yourself when you just kind of like get that brain fog and you're starting to hit a barrier. Like, that's a sign that you just kind of need to take time out and rest. Like, that's often why I kind of like don't stream as frequently as I used to, is because sometimes that brain fog is too heavy and I can't exactly do tarot readings. Like, I can't do too many tarot readings when there's too much brain fog. So, yeah. But yes, so take time for rest when you need to, okay? Take time for rest. Be a quote-unquote responsible adult when you can. And put that energy into taking care of the daily household tasks and daily tasks of life when you have the energy to do so. Okay, you can't create that energy from nowhere. And running yourself into the ground also isn't going to serve you or anyone else well. If you can't do the rest of the things that are expected of you. You like, you know, working. Work isn't exactly gonna work out if you're, you know, burnt out and exhausted and completely fucking empty. But anyway. I hope that helps. Oops. Okay. But yeah, I do hope that helped you. Sorry, I was just opening my shadow work reading spread here for Brisk here. And it is your turn. If you're ready here now, Brisk. There it is. Okay. Alrighty. Hey, Kazi. Okay, I'm going to take a drink of my Dr. Pepper right now. Okay. We're doing well. I'm feeling alright today, which is why I decided to come and stream tonight. And we're about to get into a paid shadow work streaming here for someone. This will be the first time that I think I've this will be the first time I've definitely done like one of these more in-depth paid readings on stream. Alrighty, so there are 6 questions here that we'll be asking for you here, Brisk. So, yeah. Alright. Let's see. Oh, and as a reminder, I will be pulling a tarot card and an oracle card for each question, okay? So, what aspect of your shadow it needs to be worked with here more? Brisk. Okay. I like how this just clearly turned, like, reversed. Oh, I'm sorry. My queue is closed for the night, Kazi. I'm sorry. We got the 2 of Swords reversed here. So, there's definitely, with the 2 of Swords here, there's definitely a bit of a sense of the fear of the unknown. And just kind of a fear of, like just an uncertainty regarding, like, how to go about something, how to begin moving forward with something here. And with this being reversed, I also do get the sense that this is in regards to just kind of like feeling stuck somewhere, okay? Because the 2 of Swords energy is all about also just kind of like being stuck between a rock and a hard place is how I like to phrase that. It's being stuck between a rock and a hard place, okay? And just kind of like not knowing how to get yourself out of that rut and how to get yourself out of that like situation. And needing to make a decision and take decisive action to move forward. And that, under the context of being reversed, is just kind of like, again, being at an impasse, not really being sure how to actually move forward with it, and just remaining in that place of stuckness here, okay? And this also might be manifesting too, another way that I like to like look at that and like to kind of like describe that as well, is also this can sometimes manifest as decision paralysis as well. We're just like so afraid of how something might go that we let that fear freeze us in place and prevent us from making a decision and moving forward with something. Okay? So, something that you need to work with here further is, just moving forward with a decision for something here, okay? And not letting a fear of the unknown get the better of you, okay? Take clear, direct, decisive action with something, okay? And if you are finding yourself, like, in a period of stasis, just kind of in a situation where you're just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, just wait until you can find that clarity that you need to actually move forward, okay? Hope that's making sense for you. Alright, we got a card here. Solstice. This is card 34. All hail the cunning truth in which it burns deep within root. Rise above the ashes and claim the gods are awaiting your glory, your name. Keywords are ignited fire within, finding self, and truth. Those last two keywords definitely do go in line with that Two of Swords energy as well. Because, I like to, another aspect that I like to see the swords in is just kind of like, a common lens to look through, look at the swords, the suit of swords with, is also involves, like, truth. And I like to look through the lens of, in the concept of, like, identity as well. So both of those last keywords there do actually fit in line with the swords energy, so. We all experience times when you feel the need to retreat, hide, and lick your wounds. This is especially true after experiencing a betrayal, displacement, or significant life change, or a brutal loss. Slipping away into the darkness is a critical part of healing. It allows you time away from other people's often critical eye to break down and purge the emotional weight you're carrying. However, one must be careful about spending too much time in this healing space. You can become lost in the comfort of darkness and forget to come back to the light where others have the joy of basking in your glory. Solstice asks you to permit yourself to let your inner light shine. You've hidden your beauty for far too long. You may be feeling vulnerable and afraid, but know that there are people out there who want what you have to offer. Having a breakdown isn't a fun process, but building yourself up can be a truly liberating and beautiful experience. It's time to rise from the ashes, Sacred One, and allow yourself to fly. Oh. I love that. I love that. And yeah, like, sometimes when we meet that, like, as I said earlier with someone else, when we actually, I think it was literally, yeah, it was literally just with Bree. Sometimes when we hit that wall, that's just kind of a sign that we need to take a moment to just rest, okay? So if you're finding difficulty in the situation where you are right now, and you feel like you're just hitting that wall and you can't really move forward with it, again, like I said, wait until you have that clarity again, okay? Just as this card says, don't spend too much time there. Make sure you're not spending too much time there. And also, given that this is like the card of the solstice, you know, maybe you know, like things will start looking up for you, like leading into the new year here, okay? So alrighty. Our second question for you here is, what aspect of your shadow might you be avoiding or missing? Hello. We get a sideways card. Apprentice of Wands. That's Knight of Wands. Yeah. Okay. And it went sideways again. So I guess it just wants to call on both sides of that energy, huh? It went sideways again. Okay, I'm gonna put it upright, but that is telling me that there are, like, it's calling pretty much equally on both sides of that energy, okay? Okay, the Knight of Wands. So, something that you might be avoiding or missing, I get the sense that this might be connecting with this last card here. I've found that these frequently do connect together. Every time I do one of these readings, it's almost like it just kind of lays the cards out in just a you know, in such a way that like the the current question kind of relates to the previous one, or the current response rather, like just like connects back to the previous one. So the area where this decisive action may need to be taken here, okay? The area where this decisive action may need to be taken here, going in line with this here, would be just kind of going after your passions, okay? Essentially, like something like a missing piece here of this like shadow might be relating here to like taking decisive action with like your passions here, okay? Following what just kind of going with this card just kind of ignites that fire within, what ignites that spark within you, like what drives you, okay? It's following what you're passionate about and what makes you feel alive, okay? And other than that, just in the general sense as well, the Knight of Wands is also very frequently about just kind of like being brave, being courageous, being confident in yourself and what you have to offer, being confident in your ability to see things through, to carry yourself through any difficulties that you're facing, carrying yourself through to the end of a goal here, okay? It's being confident in yourself and what you have to offer, being confident in your abilities, and just being brave and bold and just going after it, okay? Like, the Knight of Wands, the Knights are always, like, about taking action, okay? They're always about taking action on something. They signify movement with something, okay? The Knight of Wands, well, it's the element of fire, okay? It's not gonna let anything get in the way of what it fucking wants and what it's fucking working towards, okay? Nothing and fucking no one. Persisting despite the difficulties, despite what others might think, what others might say, and saying fuck them. Okay? It is a give no shits attitude. Gives no fucks. I want what I want and I'm going after it. And going in line with that reversal energy, since that was being called on as well, you know, there might be like some issue where you were just kind of made to feel less than. That just made you feel like you didn't have what it takes, like you couldn't see things through, like you didn't deserve it, okay? So yeah. Yeah. Hello. Oh, it's this card. I don't think we've gotten this card on stream yet, and well, I'm going to cover this with this card because I don't want to get flagged. Just know there are some nips underneath that card, okay? Because it's very much a woman wearing a thin like veil of fabric over herself. Okay, there are some nips. We're gonna cover those. We got ceremony. Okay. I call upon those heralds of winter, dimming light for better sight. Hear thy praise spilling from thy lips, a spell I'll cast for thy spirits in me. Keywords are rite of passage, direction, and intention. Ceremonies are rites of passage that mark the end of one way of being and the beginning of a new journey. We see them represented in birthdays, graduations, and in the case of magic, a series of steps that direct energy towards your desired intention. To perform a ceremony is a pledge to transcend your former self, so that you may become wiser and more powerful. You have pulled ceremony because you are ready to rise to a new level of being. Where you are now is much too small for who you're becoming. You are ready to expand and to start reaching for bigger goals. Do not be afraid of your power, for you are destined to do and have more extraordinary things. If you ever doubt yourself, know that you have earned your seat at this new table through the lessons, challenges, and hardships you have previously endured. You may wish to perform a ceremony of your own to cement your commitment to a new direction. This card is all about honoring yourself. Okay? Honor yourself. Okay? Honor and celebrate yourself. Okay? Like I said, this card is all about like a no fucks given energy. It's about going after the things that you want, going after your passions, going after the things that make you feel alive, that reignite that inner spark, and not letting anything or anyone get in your way, okay? It's believing in yourself and your ability to carry yourself through, okay? Honor yourself here by recognizing your abilities, by recognizing your talents, your gifts, by celebrating all of those things, celebrating the progress that you've already made, okay? Recognize your power and your abilities here, okay? And again, know that you do have what it takes to just make shit happen, okay? But yes, work with that confidence here, okay? Work with that confidence here. There may still be a gap somewhere in your self-confidence and also subsequently in your self-worth. Okay? Okay. Our third question here is what's preventing you from working towards your goals or dreams? Huh. I feel like we may have just answered that one there a little bit. Alrighty. What's preventing you from working towards your goals and dreams? What's getting in your way? Hello. You know how I said with this card about like taking direct decisive action? That's this card. This is the Knight of Swords. That's the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is all about taking direct, decisive action. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's a need here, like I said earlier, to take direct, decisive action towards something. Yes, I love these cards too. This is probably my second favorite deck that I've gotten this year. My first favorite would be the Fablemaker's Deck of Many Things. That's my favorite deck that I've gotten this year. I love that deck. But yes, I love these cards. I love these cards. They're so beautiful. I love the wintry artwork on them, and I can't wait to see the other 3 decks, because this is only the first of the series. This is the Winter Tarot. They're going to release a Spring, Summer, and Fall Tarot over the next year. So, I can't wait for those. I can't wait to see what those look like. But, yes. This card is, like I said, is all about taking direct, decisive action about, on things here, okay? It's finding that necessary, like, clarity needed to move forward with things again, okay? And then once you have that clarity, it's all about taking direct, decisive action on things, okay? It's a very analytical energy. It thinks things through, without overthinking things. And perhaps you might be overthinking things here a little bit, but it's thinking things through clearly without overthinking things. It's getting the things that you need to be prepared and then going through with it, okay? This card thinks things through to be prepared. It sees what it needs. It analyzes what it needs, what gaps it might need to fill in learning the necessary things to so that it can see the way forward and just set things into motion, okay? So, yes. Make sure that you are being clear about things and that you have the clarity to see things clearly, to see things fully, okay? Make sure you're not overthinking things, okay? Because you can, if you start to overthink things and you start overdoing it a little bit, you can start getting too in your head about things, and then that just kind of prevents you from actually moving forward with things. Because then you start overthinking things too much, you start worrying about things that might not even matter, and it just leads to just anxiety and that decision paralysis. Okay? So make sure you're not overthinking things and getting too in your head about things. And make sure that once you see the way forward, once you know what it is that you want, that you're taking direct, decisive action on things, okay? And going in line with that previous reading too, this is persisting despite, like, what anyone thinks of you here, okay? Sometimes with this Knight of Swords energy, particularly when there's, like, that reversal here, okay? We might just kind of worry about what others think of us, how others might perceive us. And just worry that, you know, like, worry about the just, like, the opinions of others, what others might say about us, and, you know, like, perhaps even just kind of worry about, like, expectations placed on us, because we we worry too much about outside opinions, okay? And like the external. So also make sure you're not letting the opinions of others get too in your way here, okay? Don't worry about what anyone else thinks of you, okay? Or what anyone else expects of you. Because, you know, it's your life to live, okay? And aside from the person that you, the person or people that you decide to share yourself with and share your life with, no one else gets to say that, okay? Allah. Tranquility is our card here. I'm trying to keep these on camera here, but let me move that one up there a little bit. There we go. Okay, tranquility. Card 39. In thy womb of blissful quieting and calming stillness lives the world of worlds, spellbound to the silence. Keywords are peace, silence, and healing. To be at peace means to have inner harmony despite what is happening around you. Imagine how much easier Christmas shopping and holiday preparation would be if nothing ruffled your feathers. The same goes for life. You cannot change other people or external factors. Oh. But you can control how you respond to them. Yes. Yes. You can't control what others do or think, but you can change how you respond to them. That is the only thing you can control about a situation. Inner peace is created through an acceptance of what is beyond your control. What is the purpose of worry if it cannot contribute to a change in your situation? You have pulled tranquility because what you have asked about is beyond your control. Going in line with that, like worrying about the external there and not worrying about the external there, particularly, okay? It may seem ominous, but the fear is often much worse than the thing itself. Yeah, that's very frequently true. Excessive worrying will only cause you more pain and could lead to self-fulfilling prophecies. Yeah. You are being guided to release stress and seek peace. Reach out for help if you feel like this is not something you can manage independently. Having another perspective could help you to ease the stress. Okay. Yes. Yeah. I feel like that fits with that as well. You know, like I said, you need to have the clarity of mind to see the full perspective, to see the full picture, okay, and to see the way forward. And it also does talk about, like I said, the external. Yeah, not worrying about the external and what others may or may not think of you. And what their opinions on a matter may be. It also does mention not overthinking things, so I feel like that one goes pretty well with the card. Okay. And where might you be following what others want rather than what you do? Okay. Where might you be following what others want rather than what you do? Look. We got a floor card. We got 8 of Pentacles. What direction? Okay. So... this is in regards to, like, your work. Or... perhaps a bit of a weird question here. Did you go to school or, like, choose your major for schooling based on what your parents wanted of you? Or choose a career based on what your parents wanted of you? Okay, you chose your own. But let me guess, they criticized you for it? Well, good. Good. Nice. 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 Okay. Okay. So, because, like, the vibe is definitely... The immediate impression I got with this card was that it involved working and schooling. Because the 8 of Pentacles can often be about, like, it can kind of be about higher learning, and, like, career, and, like, beginning to just kind of, like, master your craft, essentially. So, yeah. So, okay. But yeah, the other thing that is coming up here too is, like, a sense of perfectionism. A sense of perfectionism and just kind of, like, just a criticism of, like, criticism of work. The reason I say that is, like, like I said, the 8 of Pentacles is often about mastery, and it's tending to the details of things, which can often lead to perfectionism. But other than perfectionism, that can also just kind of be examining your own work with a super critical eye, because, I mean, that's what perfectionism is. It's being overly critical of your own work, okay? And, like, this might not be coming from your parents anymore, but there might be just, like, someone, whether that be like a boss or, you know, it might still be like just kind of worrying about that like criticism from your parents in the past and just kind of continuing to carry that wound with you a little bit in some way, and just kind of influencing your behaviors in like subtle ways. Okay, but there's just that energy of like there's a need to just kind of do things your own way here, and not letting like someone else other than you just not let someone else's criticism of you and your work shape your experiences, shape your experiences of that path, okay? Like, yeah, don't let anyone else don't let anyone else criticize your work choices here, okay? And criticize how you criticize your process, okay? Like, what's it like? There's a piece of information here that I'm like, I'm trying to make sense of. It's like on the tip of my tongue, but it's on the tip of my tongue, but it's not exactly coming through. What are they called? Performance reviews? Performance reviews. Right? Yeah. Performance reviews. I think that's like what they're called. Where they just kind of like analyze your performance, like for, you know, the past however like long they make a period for, like a performance period for. Like usually it's yearly. They do like performance reviews for like most places. And I know not every place does that. I'm not sure if your like place of work or your line of work does something like that, but yeah. And it may not even be your boss. Again, there's just something about like criticism of like your process of your work and your progress, okay? Yeah, like yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and pull the oracle card, see if it maybe clarifies that at all. But the gist of it is, again, like, if someone's like criticizing your work or just like expecting perfection out of you, and like their own perfectionist tendencies are just kind of entering into the mix here. Just remember that, well, unless they're your boss, or yourself, their assessment of you and your work and your progress doesn't matter, okay? I mean, your boss's assessment of you kind of does matter a little bit, because, you know, if they're not satisfied with your performance, you know, yeah. Ugh. And I don't know if you also have like perfectionist tendencies, but yeah, like remember that, you know, like remember that perfectionism, you know, perfectionism can be a hindrance at times. So don't be like overly perfectionist. Don't be overly perfectionist about like your own work, okay? We're often our worst critics. And that pattern can often come from, you know, like harsh criticism in the past from our own parents or from some authority figure in our lives, in our early lives, when we were growing up, okay? We have cardinal medicine here, which is card 3. Thyself bleeds of sacredness, an honor fit for the gods. You are worth all the seas and all the skies and all the desires you hold inside. Keywords are partnership, honoring the sacred self, and uniqueness. Cardinals represent devotion, loyalty, and unity, values that are essential to a loving, happy companionship. Receiving cardinal medicine is a sign that a loving partnership is close at hand. Like our feathered friend's song, your partner is sending out a vibration, calling you to notice them. Be open-minded, as cardinals are also symbols of uniqueness. Your potential love may be interesting and different, but no less extraordinary. Cardinals mate for life, so any new relationships in the coming months could have the potential to lead to marriage or long-term partnerships. Cardinals also represent self-empowerment. They are a reminder that a partnership doesn't mean a loss of yourself. If you are currently in a relationship, you're being guided to be a part of the whole without losing what makes you unique. Your sense of self is an asset to your partner. You bring things to the table that the other lacks, and vice versa. Always remember that your unique, beautiful magic is why your partner loves you to begin with. And in the context of, like, work, like, I don't know if you struggle at all with, like, self-worth and just kind of, like, valuing your own talents and valuing your own uniqueness, but this card is a reminder here, in the context of, like, a career and stuff, that, you, like, you do bring something of value to the table here, okay? You do bring something unique. Something, you know, useful. Something valuable to the table here, okay? Your perspective of things, your way of doing things, even if that may be different, it has value. So, yeah. I hope that makes sense. We have where is more healing needed? Okay. Where is more healing needed for you? Where? Those are sticking together, so we're gonna draw those again. Where's more healing needed? And we received the Fool. Okay. So, I feel like this might be going back to that first question here a little bit here. The Fool is all about, just kind of like... The Fool is all about embarking on a journey and walking the path set in front of you, okay? But the reverse of that Fool card would typically traditionally be, you know, like all of the like obstacles and consequences and like pitfalls that might lay ahead of you on your path, okay? And sometimes we can get a little too worried about those things, okay? We can worry about all those future obstacles, those future blockages, those future consequences. We can worry a little bit too much about those in the current, so much so that it just kind of manifests as like a sort of decision paralysis that prevents us from moving forward with things. So if you're getting too in your head about like the path ahead and everything that may or may not go wrong on your path and this journey, okay, like the Fool upright is a reminder to just continue walking forward, okay? Continue navigating it, okay? Don't worry about what lies ahead. Don't worry about what lies in the that. Don't worry about what lies ahead. Don't worry about what lies in the future, okay? This is all about the journey, not the end goal, okay? Like, again, like it's about the journey, not the destination, okay? You can face things. You can face things and deal with things when they happen, but until then, don't worry about it, okay? The only thing that you can do, the only thing that you can control is what's happening in the present, okay? As I said earlier with like one of the other cards, I believe it was this one if I remember correctly, Tranquility. Like, there's a lot that will be out of our control. The only thing that we can control is our response to them, unfortunately. And yeah, that might be a scary premise, but we can deal with things as they happen. All right? It's best not to worry about the future, because we can't control the future. We can't control the future, and we also subsequently can't control the past. But like we can't control the future, but what we can do is in the moment we can choose the way that we embark on that journey. Okay, we can choose that journey. Knowing that there may be things that lie ahead of us in the future, but it's about recognizing that, like, none of that matters right now. What matters is our experience in the present. Okay? Like, we may not be able to control the future, but we can work to create a better one. Okay? We can work to build the future that we want for ourselves. But first we gotta embark on that journey. So, if there are any worries or fears or anxieties or whatever surrounding like the journey that you're on, or a journey that you want to embark on, just remember that, you know, you can deal with any future problems that arise when it comes up. But you shouldn't worry about any of those future things quite yet, because we don't know what's gonna happen yet. We won't know until it actually happens. Here we go. Forest. Exactly. That's the energy of the Fool. It's an eagerness and excitement to go on a fucking adventure, and making of it what you can. That's why I said it's about the journey, not the destination. Also, what's the first thing that came to mind with this forest card was what's that line? Something about like seeing the forest for the trees or something. Which is all about like seeing the bigger picture for all of the little individual problems. rather than seeing the full picture. You focus in on all of those little individual trees rather than seeing the whole forest. That was the first thing to come to mind, and I don't know why. Anyway. It is without question a place of mystery, whispers of power you've forgotten. Let thy strength crawl from beneath the ground and remind you, dear child, you are magic. Keywords are strength, patience, and grounding. It's time to dig deeper roots, find your sacred soul, and build a stronger foundation. Walk through any forest and you will see ancient trees reaching high into the sky. But they didn't start off this way. Delicate roots had to dig deep into the earth to prepare these massive trees to stand tall for years to come. Even harsh winters and brutal storms couldn't bring them down. Forest guides you to build a stronger foundation and to remember that success takes time. Be consistent in your efforts. Gather your resources, plan, and reflect. Your journey or your goal is not something that can be achieved overnight, but is on the path to success. The forest card represents long-term planning, but also lasting power and influence. Pulling this card is a positive sign that you will be recognized for your efforts and commitment. Furthermore, continue with what works. There's no need to take risks at this time. Okay. So yeah. But yeah, just keep walking forward, okay? Keep walking that path. And know that it's going to take practice. It's going to take time. Practice makes perfect, okay? It takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. But as long as you keep moving, okay? As long as you keep moving, as long as you keep walking, as long as you keep embarking on that journey, you will get there. And our last question is, what emotions need more space? Alright. What emotions need more space for you here? Okay. We have the Ace of Wands reversed. You might be struggling to just kind of like rekindle this inner spark here, okay? Or just kind of struggling to find, to follow that spark as well, okay? And like this spark can be many things, okay? It can be a spark in the sense of one way that I often like to look at it is just kind of like looking at it in the through the lens of like your inner flame, your hearth, okay? The thing that keeps you going, the thing that keeps you motivated, that just keeps you, that keeps like moving you forward, okay? It's the thing that drives you, okay? the thing that like warms you. I don't know if you're struggling with some like a depressive episode or like depression or something, but I know for me personally, that is something that comes up for me a lot when I'm like just kind of really struggling, and that like inner flame is just fading. Okay, and I just kind of like lose the motivation, the will to lose the motivation and the will to live. Okay, just depression things. Okay. Also, I promise I am safe. Okay. I don't want anyone to worry about me in that regard. But yeah, I don't know if that's something that you ever deal with. But this also could just be like trying to find that creative spark again as well, if you're like a creative person. While also just finding that like spark of passion. Okay. Finding the thing that ignites you, that ignites that passion within you, okay? But yes, just find and make space for the things that make you feel alive, okay? The things that do like reignite and rekindle that like inner flame that just like drives you, that pushes you forward, that that just makes you, that just kind of gives you that warmth, okay? That like necessary warmth in those like cold moments, okay? Do your best to reconnect with that and connect with the things that just give you that like those good positive, just like good positive emotions, okay? That just kind of give you that zest for life again, okay? But yeah, just make space for that warmth, okay? That warmth that you can just take shelter in again, that will just keep you going. Yeah. Contemplation. Oops. Contemplation is card 7 here. It breathes in the stillness of all that is, exhaling all that isn't. Coming from the end of the starts and the highest of the lows. Here I gasp for the answers to unfold. Keywords are reflection, review, and lessons learned. Things naturally slow down during the cold months, making winter a prime season for contemplation. When days are short, nights are freezing, and the outdoor options are limited, there's often little else to do but think about your life. It's natural to examine how your life measures up to your idea of success, and reflection is a critical component to any successful path. There are times for planning and times for action, but reviewing your progress is how you learn and change course when necessary. You are being guided to reflect on your situation. Are there things you could have done differently? Is there still time to change your situation for the better or salvage anything after the damage? Knowing where you can improve will help you to be better prepared should you find yourself in this situation again. Contemplation can also be a boost for your self-worth. How did you succeed in this situation? Are there any things you can pat yourself on the back about? Acknowledge your shortcomings by making a plan to do better next time, and celebrate your wins because you deserve to. Okay, so, yes. So yes, make space for some contemplation as well, and reflect on the things that worked for you and the things that didn't work for you, okay? Yeah. Sit with those emotions that, you know, just kind of made you feel less than, that just kind of like dampened, you know, that dampened that just kind of like inner flame. All right, sit with those as well and like reflect on those, sure, but as this card says as well, like celebrate the things that did work out, okay? It's all about a balance of acknowledging, you know, the not so great, and acknowledging the things that did go well. The same applies to emotions, okay? Make space for the not so great, but also make space for the good as well, okay? And right now you might be in a place where that inner flame has kind of taken a bit of a hit, and is just kind of like fading out a little bit, okay? So do what you can to tend to that inner flame, okay? Acknowledge the good in the situation and the good in your life that's still around you, okay? Open yourself up to experiencing those good, positive, like, warm, compassionate sort of energy, okay? Make space for both, all right? It's that tending to the inner flame that is necessary in the winter months and in our low moments, okay? So, I hope that message helped. Thank you again. Thank you again for purchasing that reading. I do hope that it was helpful for you. If you want to, I can essentially like edit this part of the VOD for you here and just kind of upload it as like a separate video on like a separate unlisted video for you to watch on like YouTube, because that's typically what I do for like the private readings. I like record them and then upload them as unlisted so that people can, you know, like go watch it and go return to it whenever they need to, because I know personally my memory isn't always the best and I forget shit so easily, and sometimes it's also just nice to kind of return to that message and get a reminder of those things. because, you know, sometimes we need it. Sometimes we need it, okay? I purchased these decks. This is the Seasons of the Witch Winter Tarot, and this is the Seasons of the Witch Yule Oracle. They are very beautiful cards, yes. But yes, oh, the digital, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you can get these on Amazon. I bought these on Barnes & Noble, though. Like, you can get these decks from, like, most places. They should be available on Amazon for sure. I purchase most of my things from, Barnes & Noble, so. But yes, the VOD channel that I upload all of this stuff to, by the way, Brisk, all of that is in my description. It should be one of my links on my Twitch page here. I will upload that as unlisted. And also, I'm sorry, I'll get to your, I just realized I didn't finish responding to that question there. I will finish that thought here in a second. I'm sorry. But yeah, I will, I'll upload that video as unlisted to that YouTube channel there. I will, is it all right if I contact you at the email that is associated with the account? Your coffee account, Brisk? Because that's typically how I communicate with people who purchase the private readings. So, and I can send you a link to the unlisted video through that email, if that's all right. If not, I can just send it as a DM here on Twitch. But yeah. I also should be able to DM you on coffee. I just realized that. I can also do it that way. I'll do it that way, actually. Probably. So that way I can guarantee that you actually see it. But yeah. Thank you again for paying for that reading and allowing me to do that reading here on stream. I do hope that that message was helpful, so. And sorry, in order to finish answering your question here, I did make all of the elements of my overlay here myself. Yes. Made Baba. Alright, I'll email you then. I'll email you at that associated email then. But yes, I did make the overlay, all the elements of the overlay here on Twitch myself. I put together all of the, like, the little graphic that the chat box is in. I made that. The actual, like, tarot cards that are featured on that little banner, though, I didn't make them. They were, like, a paid graphic that I used as an element of my overlay. And I also didn't make the background. That was also another thing, another element that I used, that I like bought the licensing to. I bought both of the licensing to use those, in my stuff here. Yeah. But the banner and like the little chat box graphic, I did make those myself, and I did form the overlay myself, yes. Yeah, no problem. I need to crack open another soda here. They do not all cost, no. I just offer paid private readings on Coffee, and someone wanted to pay for that, pay for one of those for me to do on stream here, which is also an option. But no, not all readings are paid, but my queue is unfortunately closed for the night. But I am about to do a closing collective here, if you want to stick around for that and see if there's anything in that one for you. My day was pretty good. Thank you. How was yours? Also, I cracked open my soda, but I fucking forgot to take a drink out of it. This is like how easily distractible I am. Oh no, you're good. It is not anyone's fault but mine. Okay? It is not anyone's fault but mine. I am just very easily distractible. They do! There is a Dr. Pepper, this is the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. There is a sugar-free version of this, yes. And I've tried it and it's good. Dr. Pepper is delicious. Have you tried the strawberries and cream version? Yeah, like the sugar-free version is really good, my baba. I have drank the sugar-free version of some sodas occasionally. They're equally as delicious. They are really good. Yeah. Oh. Damn. Also, you're from New Zealand? Cool. Also, I'm sorry you don't have strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. I would share some with you if I could. I would share some if I could. It's delicious. All right. Now on to our closing collective here. Right? There's nothing better. And the best part about like a long day as a woman with the best part as a woman who is pretty well endowed in the chest area, the best part of a long day is getting to take your fucking bra off. I fucking hate bras. Uh-huh. Exactly. Exactly. That too. Yeah. Alright. What closing message do we got here? Okay, we got... I like how these are kind of sideways, but they also popped out in like the same angle. Why? And then this one is just sideways. So that's the middle one here. What's this one? Okay, what direction? Okay, you want to be reversed. Yeah, they kind of are. Okay, Apprentice of Pentacles, which is the... Don't go sideways again! The Apprentice is the Knight. Alright. Now we have the Apprentice of Winter Swords. This is the Knight of Swords. Okay. That apparently wants to be reversed. It is calling on both sides of that energy, though. The apprentices, by the way, apprentice, okay. The witch, the winter witch, is the magician. And apprentice of pentacles is the knight of pentacles, and the apprentice of swords is the knight of swords, okay? So, essentially, like, right now, right? We've gotten, like... And this one, too. We got this one a lot. There's been so much, like, swords and pentacle energy today, actually, I noticed. Which I guess kind of makes sense. There was, like, literally just a full moon in Taurus, like, yesterday. So. There's a lot of earth energy. So, yeah. There's been a lot of pentacle energy today. A lot of earth energy. From the deck. But, so, there's just kind of, like, currently a little bit of a lack of belief in yourself, okay? With that magician reversed, okay? You're not really believing in yourself. You don't really have much confidence in yourself and your abilities. You're struggling to see like your value, to see that you have things to offer, to see that you have the ability to see things through, to do what you want here, okay? To create the sort of to begin building the sort of like life for yourself that you want, and go after the things that you want here, okay? And you're just not really believing in yourself, you're not believing in your abilities, you're not really believing in your value, seeing the value in yourself, seeing the worth in yourself, seeing the talents, the gifts, seeing just seeing the power you hold, okay? You do, like, and I get the sense that that is also just kind of coming from this sort of energy here, okay? The Knight of Swords reversed energy here, okay? I do get the sense that there is, like, there might be, like, a bit of, like, a lack of clarity here. There might be a bit of uncertainty here that's just kind of, like, getting in your way here and might be creating a bit of a barrier, okay? And I also do get the sense that maybe you're just kind of overthinking things a little bit, and that's preventing you from being able to take direct, decisive action on things, alright? But I also do get the sense, too, that you're just kind of worrying too much about, like, what other people think of you, what other people might say about you, what other people might think of you, and the opinions that others might hold for you, and the expectations that others might hold for you as well, okay? You're worrying a little bit too much about external factors that you can't control, okay? And, like, maybe even worrying a little bit too much about external validation here, okay? And I don't mean that in, like, a negative sense. I mean that, again, in the sense that you're worrying about what others might think, okay? Because, like, we all want external validation of some kind, alright? There's nothing wrong with that. It's normal, alright? We all want to feel like we fit in, like we belong, alright? We all kind of worry a little bit about what others might think of us, what they might say of us, okay? The sort of light they see us in, the perspective they see us in, okay? And their opinions of us. That's also normal, okay? We're all human, alright? But there comes a point where you worry a little bit too much about what others think of you, alright? And you just kind of let that become a barrier for you, alright? Yes. But, like, don't worry about what others think of you, okay? And don't worry about what like expectations others might place on you, okay? It's not your job to manage the expectations of others, okay? Okay. Nor is it your job to conform to them. Okay? But right now, this might be a bit of like a blockage for you here, alright? And like this might be feeding into just kind of like this like what I said about the magician reversed energy, okay? That like lack of belief in yourself, not really seeing the value of yourself and the worth in yourself, and yeah, all right. Because, you know, you've perhaps kind of taken on the opinions of others a little bit too much here, okay? And the expectations of others a little bit too much here. And you're not really truly being authentic to yourself in that sense, all right? And these things are just kind of getting in the way of you moving forward with things, okay? They're presenting a bit of an obstacle, a bit of a blockage in your path, all right? Know that, like, again, know that you do have what it takes, all right? You do have what it takes. You have value, you have worth, you have things to offer, okay? So keep working on that, okay? Keep doing your best to release the opinions and expectations of others, and learning to value yourself and honor yourself, all right? Honor your talents, your gifts, your power, all right? And like reclaim that power from others, okay? Reclaim that power from others. Take back your power from others by releasing the expectations and opinions of them, all right? Don't let that keep you from pursuing things, from going after the things that you would like to do, all right? Keep putting in the work, all right? Keep progressing, keep growing. The Knight of Pentacles energy is all about just kind of that slow and steady wins the race sort of energy, okay? And that sort of practice makes perfect energy, all right? It's taking action on things, yes, because as I said earlier, the Knights are usually all about taking action on things, all right? And like moving forward with things. They're about movement with things, all right? And like, this is a card of movement, yes, but it's also like one of the slowest moving knights in the deck, if not the slowest moving knight in the deck. It's making slow and steady progress towards things. It's taking grounded, practical action towards things. So that's why I say it brings kind of practice makes perfect sort of energy. But yes, keep moving forward with things when you can, all right? When you have that motivation, when you have that energy, all right? But at the same time, remember that you do gotta rest. You gotta take time for yourself, because society's views of productivity are not good and they're not sustainable, okay? You can't always be productive 100% of the time. Action and rest are two sides of the same coin, all right? So keep taking those small steps towards the goals. Keep taking those practical actions And remember to give yourself a break sometimes as well, all right? You gotta make time for rest too. And sometimes the most productive thing you can do for yourself is take time to rest. So act on that call. Act on that motivation when you have the energy to do so. Okay? And when you have the clarity needed to move forward. And if you're lacking that clarity and you're just kind of hitting a wall and not really able to move forward with things because you're just kind of running out of steam, just take some time for yourself. Recharge yourself, okay? Those are two very, very key parts to manifestation, and the magician also is all about that energy of manifestation, okay? Like I like to say, manifestation is all equal parts. Thinking and dreaming up those ideas. Putting a plan together. Not a fully fledged plan, by the way. Even just getting an idea of the steps you need to take to start getting to where you want to be. Putting that plan into action and rest. Those four things are very important, equally important parts of manifestation. And working towards your goals. Okay? We got this for the opening collective as well. Feasting. Let us feast upon the nourishing and be thankful for thy feast. Neither here nor there, yet everywhere it be. Keywords are having enough, nourishment, and providing. In ancient times, there would have been a lot of worry during the winter season. Your ancestors would have had to conserve as much food as possible, fearing their families wouldn't have enough to survive. When Yule came around, your ancestors would drink and celebrate as a signal of faith in the brighter days to come. Most of the modern world doesn't need to worry about having enough food, but the fear of not having enough still exists in different ways. You were being guided to challenge your limiting beliefs around scarcity. And also just challenging your limiting beliefs in general. You can be generous with your time and resources, knowing that what you give will be returned tenfold. Allowing yourself to give despite your concerns lets the universe know you will be provided for. You will be provided for. The more you trust in having enough, and the more you trust in yourself, the more the universe rewards this faith with more abundance. Do not sacrifice moments to nourish your mind, body, and soul because of fear. As you confront your limiting beliefs, more pathways to wealth will be provided to you. Also, I would rephrase that, like you were being challenged, guided to challenge your limiting beliefs around scarcity. On the same side of that coin would be challenging your limiting beliefs around abundance. They're often, again, they're two sides of the same coin, okay? Those two things are all too frequently connected, all right? So, again, trust that you have what it takes. Believe in yourself and what you have to offer. All right? And celebrate those. Celebrate those gifts, those talents, those things that make you unique. Alright? Celebrate it. Honor yourself by recognizing the value in those things. Alright? Okay. I hope that message helps. But yeah. Unfortunately that's where I need to call it. I need to go, speaking of nourishing myself and taking care of myself, I need to go get a little bit more food. Because I am starting to get tired and my body is also starting to complain at me because I'm hungry. So speaking of feasting, I need food. Oh, we're getting close to midnight snack territory there, May Baba. It's like 10 p.m. here. That's okay though. I have a delicious apple fritter just like chilling right beside me that I'm probably going to devour as soon as I end stream. And if you don't know what an apple fritter is, it's kind of like a donut. It's fried dough, okay? That's what a fritter is. It's a type of fried dough. And an apple fritter is essentially, it has bits of apple in it. Bits of apple in it. And it's usually glazed, as you saw there. It's essentially a donut. It's kind of like a donut. For those who might not be American and don't know what a fritter is. It's okay. I usually go to sleep around like 1 or 2 a.m. So this is actually pretty normal for me. So it's alright. Late night snack time. But anyway, with that, I unfortunately need to call it here so I can go take care of myself. Thank you all for stopping by, whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked. Oh my god, I know that feeling so fucking much, Maybaba. Like, this is why I have so much trouble, by the way. Like, you know how I frequently have to, like, for a while there, I was frequently mentioning that I'm, like, trying to fix my sleep schedule. That's why, okay? I don't really have any outside responsibilities that I need to take care of. So most of my time is spent at home. Yeah. So my sleep schedule is so frequently fucked because I don't really have to stay in a, like, routine or a pattern with my sleep, or just in general. So I know that feeling. Yep. Very much so. This is actually probably the longest in a long time that my sleep schedule has actually been pretty consistent. I have definitely done that before, yeah. I have definitely done that before, especially during like my college days and when I used to work in IT. Yup. Yeah. Yeah. I know that feeling as well. That just comes with the territory of neurodivergence. So I'm also just naturally I'm naturally someone who's just more of a night owl anyway. So I'm usually up pretty late. And I wake up like late in the morning. And by late, by societal standards anyway, I mean like 9 to 10 a.m. is usually when I wake up in the morning. Sometimes 11. Sometimes 11 when I'm like doing the depression sleeps. Also, depression affects my sleep schedule as well, so woo. It's fine. Like I'm used to all of this shit. I truly am. Like I made peace with that shit a long time ago. This is just me. This is just me. I just do my best to just, you know, go with the flow and just kind of, you know, go along with the ride and just exist alongside it. Because sometimes that's really just all you can do. Sometimes that's really just all you can do. That's just kind of always been me as a person. I have always been a sort of just kind of go with the flow sort of person. And I'm just trying to reconnect with that part of myself, because that was something that I did a lot more when I was younger, a lot more when I was like even like in my early 20s, as someone who's currently 32. Even in my early 20s, I was like a lot more, you know, flexible in that regard. And then sometime in my late 20s, I started just kind of like being really hard on myself for like not really having much of a structure. Because I felt like I needed to be like more of an adult or something, I guess, but like I am an adult. My definition of an adult is just a bit different. And I don't really care what society thinks an adult is. Why do the morning people think that they can decide how everyone else experiences things? Fuck you. I'm a night owl. I just realized the fucking... I realized the humor in that. I am currently wearing a onesie. I'm currently wearing a onesie of an owl. It even includes like little wings underneath the arms. Not on my end. That may have just been a Twitch thing. That may have just been a Twitch thing for you. Boy, I'm wearing an owl onesie. Because it's cold here, and yeah, I need the warmth. And also it's cozy, and I just felt like being extra cozy. And yes, I'm a 32-year-old wearing a onesie. I don't give a fuck. They're comfortable. And they're warm. Whatever. But yeah. I very much know that feeling, my Baba. And yeah, as I was saying, I'm definitely trying to reconnect with that, like, sort of like, I guess sort of like whimsical energy. Well, hey, you guys know, because I told you, because I don't care. I even opened my door to get my groceries earlier today with this on. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, I'm trying to reconnect with that, just kind of like sort of go with the flow sort of energy. And that energy is just kind of not giving as much of a fuck. And that sort of just kind of like whimsical, childlike wonder energy that I started suppressing for some reason. Again. Yeah, fuck that. I'm gonna just fucking be mean, do whatever the fuck I want. There's no time for anything else. And like, yeah, I'm trying to release the pressure on myself. By just not trying to force myself into a rigid structure that I know doesn't work for me anyway. I don't do well with rigidity. The immature part of me wanted to make a joke there, but I'm not going to. The immature degenerate part of me, let me rephrase that. There's only one kind, in other words, fuck it. There's only one kind of stiff structure that I like. So, yeah. Nah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm a bit of a degenerate. I don't care. But yeah. Okay, I just realized I forgot to close out the queue. My bad. There we go. Queue is emptied. I forgot to do that earlier. Again, I'm easily distractible, and I sometimes have the memory of a gnat, and the attention span of an ant. But yeah. I'm trying to remember to go a little bit more with the flow and just kind of bring a little bit more whimsy into my life. So, I'm trying to not be so hard on myself about things and not put so much pressure on myself for certain things and just kind of going with the flow to the best of my abilities. But yeah. Hello. Sure. Yeah. Let's go with that, May Baba. Yeah. That's the sort of stiff structure I like, huh? I mean, you know I love me some Dr. Pepper. You know I love me some DP. Anyway, as I was saying earlier, I need to unfortunately call it here so that I can go take care of myself and go get myself a little bit of food. It's very frequently shortened to DP here in the US. They even once had merch. I believe it was short-lived. They once had merch that was like... Yes. They once had merch. You know, kind of like how certain, like, well-known locations in cities will have the I love, like, I heart location. On like a shirt or like various other kinds of merch. Exactly. That's a common example that like everyone knows. Dr. Pepper once used to have merch that said I heart DP. And you can imagine how well that went. But yes, for the humor of it and for the innuendo, yes, people here in the US do indeed shorten Dr. Pepper to DP. And Dr. Pepper themselves used to do it on their merch, and I don't think that lasted very long. Same. The fact that like that was greenlit and that passed the checks just makes it even funnier. Like, who thought that was a good idea? And I hope you didn't get fired for that, because that shit's funny. Yup. Exactly. It was funny. It was very funny. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, I need to call it here so that I can go get some food and take care of myself. Because my body is starting to get hungry here. And yes, I have been streaming. I have been streaming for 5 hours. Yeah, just about. So yes, it is time to eat and replenish myself a little bit. And just go relax for the night. Thank you all for stopping by. Whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked, I appreciate you sharing your time with me. I hope to see you all again soon, but bye for now.